Hey there, Central Ohio. I'm 10 Weather Impact meteorologist Michael Behrens. Thanks for joining us here on 10 TV Plus or on Facebook or YouTube, wherever you may be streaming us here tonight. We're going to get you up to date on everything we're tracking with the weather because there's a lot happening here in the next 24 hours across Central Ohio. The first thing happening tonight is going to be a round of potentially strong storms pushing through, though we are seeing some positive signs that that line is weakening. So the threat for severe weather here in Ohio remains at that level 1 category. The higher threat for severe has been over in Indiana, but our threat isn't 0. So we're going to get you up to date on that. We're also going to update you on the latest with our 10 TV Weather Impact Alert Day. That'll be for tomorrow, as what comes behind tonight's storms is some very strong winds. We're talking wind gusts that could be as high as the 40 to 50 mile per hour range throughout the day tomorrow, possibly even stronger in some of our northern counties as we head throughout the day tomorrow. That's the reason for that Weather Impact Alert Day heading into Monday. Our timeline for storms tonight just starting to open here as we enter the 9 o'clock hour. That will continue from now through about 3 a.m. across the 10 TV viewing area before those storms are out of our eastern counties. Behind that line of storms, temperatures will really fall. We're talking about almost a 30 to 40 degree drop in temperatures here in about a 12-hour period from where we sit right now to where we'll end up tomorrow morning. Of course, that cold front, the storms, that's the reason for the winds that follow behind it. Strong winds throughout the day Monday could result in some downed tree limbs, possibly some sporadic power outages, and that concern why we have that 10 TV Weather Impact Alert Day in place for tomorrow. Let's go ahead and dive into where the storms are right now. They are starting to push their way into western portions of Ohio. Good news here is this line again has been weakening. You can see especially the northern edge of that has really just turned into rainfall at this hour, where it had been previously much more severe. Where the alerts sit right now, just across the border into Indiana, there are a handful of counties that remain under a tornado watch tonight. That will continue for about another hour up toward the Ohio border. We just checked with the National Weather Service in the last 30 minutes about whether or not we're expecting new watches to come out into central Ohio, and right now they're leaning toward no, because we are seeing a weakening in the line. The severe weather threat not completely going away, but it's expected to be more sporadic. So we're not expecting a watch to be issued downstream of that watch in Indiana, at least as of now. There are still warnings out there. That warning right now southeast of Indianapolis, about halfway between Indianapolis and Cincinnati there on I-74. Severe thunderstorm warning with the possibility for rotation in that storm. That's the only warning in place right now, though again, we will have to keep an eye on how this line continues to develop as we work our way through the next couple of hours. We'll show you the leading edge of the storms right now. This is just starting to work its way across the border into Ohio. This is heading over toward the Dayton TV market here over the next little bit. We'll put a storm track on that leading edge of the storm as well, because this is going to make its way toward us first, and the strongest piece that right now is heading into Ohio. So we'll track it all the way from that northern edge all the way down, moving fairly fast. We are close to about 60 miles per hour off to the east here. So this is going to be working its way into central Ohio over the next hour. You can see there getting to Eaton by 9:19 tonight. This should be into Dayton by 9:42, into Kettering by 9:47, Springfield by 9:53, and as we get close to 10 o'clock, making its way into the Xenia area here tonight. So that'll be starting to enter the 10 TV viewing area pretty much right about the 10 o'clock hour and continuing on from there. Of course, the other thing we're watching inside these storms is that potential for rotation. So let's go ahead and see if we can't take a look inside the storm here and get a better view of what we're watching for. It's been a little bit since we've had to pull out some of these severe weather tools. So I'm just trying to find the exact tool I'm looking for, because we want to see inside the storm and see just what kind of rotation potential there might be. We can take this tool here called a storm scope, should pop up on screen any moment, and that'll show us inside that storm. Right now, at least what we can see there on the radar, is a lot of fairly uniform rotation or uniform wind, which means we're not really seeing much in the way of rotation potential. not getting that newer data from out toward the west. So let me see if I can move our map here just a little bit and get some different data fed into that interior there. There we go. That's coming off the Indianapolis radar. Again, not a lot of red and greens put together in here, so I would say right now that is just a wind threat coming across the border. Even though not severe, would still expect to see about 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts along that northern portion of the line. Though, of course, as that modifies and changes over the next hour or so, we'll be here to track it at 10 TV. The stronger part of the line right now is certainly that southern edge. This is where we do still have severe thunderstorm warnings tonight. That would impact southern counties here across the 10 TV viewing area. So let's go ahead and track that portion of the line too. Actually, let me take one step back as new information just came in here. Again, we said watches and warnings not out of the question, but they weren't expecting a watch. We did just get a new severe thunderstorm warning. So let's go ahead and get that information on screen for you guys here before we move on to the southern portion of the line. This new severe thunderstorm warning, Miami, Montgomery, Preble, and Wayne counties. This is going to be under a warning until 9:45 here tonight. The biggest concern with this particular thunderstorm is going to be potential for those 60 mile per hour wind gusts, maybe some small hail out there, not quite a severe threat. And then again, that threat for rotation in the storm still being identified here tonight. So that is still being flagged in that particular severe thunderstorm warning. Let me put some different information on the screen here for you guys. If you're not familiar with the particular color coding, what we're looking at when it comes to severe thunderstorm warnings is really kind of three categories here. We've got our basic severe thunderstorm warning. We've got a warning for what we call destructive winds, or 70 mile per hour plus winds. That would be highlighted in a brighter yellow. And anytime it's highlighted with a black border, that means there's some rotation potential in that storm. So again, we are still seeing that particular black border warning issued, which means they are still worried about some rotation developing inside that particular thunderstorm. And again, it wasn't looking particularly strong at the moment, but the way these storms have been developing in the atmosphere they're going into, they could see a little bit of that rotation even as they continue to weaken here tonight. So before we move on again to that southern part of the storm, let's take a closer view inside this part of the storm once again, and we'll zoom in here a little bit as well so we can get a better picture as to what's coming across the border here into Ohio tonight. Again, this is northwest of Dayton right now. There's no major rotation signature at the moment. That's why we're not seeing any sort of tornado warning come with this particular cell. But what we are seeing out there inside this storm, where you see kind of those darker spots, that's a little bit of differential wind flow there. So not a strong signature for a tornado. Again, no tornado warning as the storm crosses the border right now, but they are concerned with that possibility that something could spin up. And again, it's that differing wind field there right on that leading edge of the storm where that could develop. Of course, if any type of tornado alert were to come out tonight, we'll cover it here on 10 TV and 10 TV Plus, though we are more concerned about the wind as a whole that comes with the system. Really, this entire line here coming with strong wind into Ohio, and that threat for 60 mile per hour wind gust is part of the reason why that severe thunderstorm warning was issued. So with that new warning up, coming into just about Dayton, close to Springfield, the southern part of the line, I wouldn't be surprised if that gets a new warning too, because this one has been a little bit stronger than the northern edge. It's moving at roughly the same rate off to the east at around 60 mile per hour at times, a little slower on the southern edge, but we'll track this line as it moves off toward Ohio as well. This particular, didn't quite lock that down. So let's lock that down and we'll get the speed on this storm here. So this one's going to be into the Westchester area by 9:55, into Cincinnati proper here right around 10 o'clock, and over into Covington down in Kentucky about 10:03. So as far as getting into some of our southern counties here in central Ohio, this would probably be closer to 11 o'clock, 11:30 here tonight before it would start to impact places like Washington Courthouse and further to our southern counties. So this has got some time to go before that makes its way into our particular neck of the woods. But I wouldn't be surprised here in the next really 10 minutes or less. If we see another severe thunderstorm warning come out ahead of this, it'll likely include Cincinnati, portions of I-75, and really just that southwest corner of Ohio as that storm starts to get closer to us here tonight. I want to take a look inside this particular portion of the storm, much like what we did with the northern portion here, and we'll see if we can see any of those areas of rotation or concern inside that particular portion of the storm. Again, we're seeing kind of that messiness on the leading edge there, that potential for a spin up inside it. I'm not seeing anything that screams active rotation right now in this portion of the storm. We'll go down a little bit further to the south. Again, same picture. Nothing that screams immediate threat, but still that potential for rotation can be found in the line, and better safe than sorry why they issue these severe thunderstorm warnings with that possibility of seeing some rotation pop out. So people are alerted ahead of time so you know what's coming. Though again, mostly wind is the big threat that we're seeing with these storms. We'll zoom back out here, show you what we have coming our way. Again, it's this entire line of storms working its way into central Ohio. We have seen some weakening trends for it. This is certainly not as strong as it was in western Indiana. If you were watching us at 6:30 tonight, we are showing that storm with numerous tornado warnings, especially across southern Illinois. There hasn't been a tornado warning with this for a little while, so that's good news there, though it still continues to represent a pretty big threat for wind. Another sign this system as a whole is starting to weaken. Look at the lightning counter. When that resets back to the west, that number kind of jumps up a little bit. And then when we get closer to us, we've dropped really about 23 strikes in 10 minutes to about 3 strikes in 10 minutes. So lightning is going down. Another sign this line is weakening. But again, our main threat for severe weather has always been related to the winds here tonight, and that continues to be the case as we watch this system push our way. Storm reports last 24 hours. You can see really most of them kind of cut off about central Indiana. We had the wind reports, some wind damage reports out there, especially earlier today out in Illinois. Looks like there was at least 1, maybe 2 reports of some funnel cloud activity out in central Illinois as well. Good sign is we haven't seen any of those tornadic reports out of Indiana. So again, while that threat not zero, it's not the highest risk that we're watching for these storms tonight. Of course, once we get past this initial wave of thunderstorms, what comes behind it is the reason for our 10 TV weather impact alert day as we head toward tomorrow. And that's going to be the wind that comes on the backside of this low pressure system. That low pressure continuing to strengthen up to our north. It's going to pull in much colder air behind it, and it's going to do so with some vigor when it comes to the winds. You can see why we're seeing the thunderstorm activity out there tonight. When you look at the temperatures as they sit now, they are up there in the mid to upper 60s, 70s out there in Logan and MacArthur. Very warm, very much above average for this time of the year. And look at the change we're going to see in just 12 hours. We're going to go from mid 60s to mid or colder 20s. So we're talking here a 40-degree temperature drop in just 12 hours. Hard to do that without thunderstorms or some kind of severe weather along with it. And of course, once we get past tonight, the storms, wind takes over. Wind is our big concern as we head through the day tomorrow. It's the reason for our 10 TV weather impact alert day. Here's a look at wind gust forecast for tomorrow. This goes from early in the morning through about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Wind gusts throughout a majority of the day, likely between that 40 to 50 mile per hour mark here in Columbus. Areas further to the south will be a little bit less than this, probably closer to 35 to 45. Areas to the north could gust as high as 60 miles per hour tomorrow. With all that wind in place, no surprise that we have wind advisories also in place. Wind advisories cover the entirety of the 10 TV viewing area. That is going to be through tonight and into the day tomorrow. Those wind advisories set to expire at about 6 p.m. for areas Columbus and to the west. Areas further to the north, that will continue until about 10 o'clock tomorrow night. And I'm going to move this particular map view here just a little bit off to the north. High wind warnings in place up along the northern portion of the state. This is really the area where we could get 60+ mile per hour winds throughout the day tomorrow. I wouldn't be surprised if some of those gusts occasionally dip down to places like Kenton, Marion, Bucyrus, Mansfield over to Millersburg. Could certainly see some of those really strong wind gusts make their way toward you as we we head toward tomorrow. The big concern with the wind is going to be north-south roads, as this wind's going to be coming out of the west. If you're driving a high-profile vehicle on one of those roads, especially if your trip takes you up to northern Ohio, plan extra caution, plan extra time. You may need to park it for a little bit just to be safe, because I mean, some of these high wind events, when they cross those north-south roads, you've seen pictures before of semis that can get blown off the road. So be extra careful with that. Make sure you secure any loose objects around your home tonight. This includes especially holiday decorations. We've got plenty of those still out there across central Ohio. And don't do any burning tomorrow either. You wouldn't want to really be outside in that cold, but if you are, wait till the winds subside. Let's track hour by hour what we can expect with these storms here tonight as they continue to work their way closer to us. Those storms expected to be pushing in to those western counties in the next hour or so. As we get toward about 10:30 tonight, you can see the storms entering those western counties. As we push our way toward the 11 o'clock hour, storms heading into Columbus, those southern counties, 11 o'clock to midnight. Also starting to see storms enter your region. The storms push through into our eastern counties as we head past midnight. And by the time we get toward about 2-3 a.m., most of that storm activity is gone, and we are into the colder air that comes behind it. That will involve the potential for a little bit of scattered light snowfall as we head through the day Monday. But the good news is we're not really expecting much accumulation. There could be a little bit of lake enhancement in some of our northern counties as we head through late tomorrow into early Tuesday. That could drop a little bit of snowfall that might stick around, but overall this is not going to be a major snow event. It's the winds that we're concerned about. Here's the latest severe weather outlook heading into tonight. Again, you can see the higher risk category has remained over in Indiana, though almost all of the 10 TV viewing area, with the exception of like far southern portions down toward Athens County, is really under this level 1 out of 5 risk factor for those storms heading through tonight. That is from now through about 3 a.m. Again, when we're expecting those storms to be most possible. Those storm chances will start to wrap up once we get past that 3 a.m. line. It's really just a one and done event when it comes to storm possibilities here tonight. Again, wind is our biggest concern. Can't rule out those other factors for the storms, but overall it is going to be wind. That is our biggest concern as we head through the next couple hours here tonight. Of course, we'll be watching those storms for the next little while here at 10 TV Plus. We'll come back on with any updates if we need to here tonight. That includes on TV. If we have any warnings that come out tonight, we'll come in for that. This particular broadcast here, we've got about 12 minutes left in, and I want to use some of that time to answer your questions. If you're watching us on Facebook, you can post your questions there in the chat. If you're watching us on 10 TV Plus or on YouTube, you should be able to text your questions to us. That's 614-460-3345, where you can text those questions in here tonight. It does look like we have a pretty good amount of questions in the Facebook chat, so I'll go ahead and try to work my way through these as well. Philip asking wind, how much speed with it, and what time are we expecting that wind? Wind will start to pick up here as soon as the storms pass through tonight. In fact, the wind advisories are already in place across the region, and from there, really just through about most of the day tomorrow. It won't really be until tomorrow evening that we see wind gusts start to die down some. Those wind gust speeds here in central Ohio throughout the day tomorrow, again 40 to 50 at their highest. They'll be sustained around the 15 to 25, maybe up to 30 mile per hour range throughout the day tomorrow. Let's see here. Matthew asking if it's going to dissipate before it hits Licking County. I think the general trend we've seen as the storms have moved through Indiana has been a weakening pattern since sundown tonight. I think they will continue to weaken, but they're probably still going to come through quite gusty. I don't know how much lightning activity would suffice with the rain when it gets here. It is expected to rain. It is expected to be windy. We could see some severe thunderstorm warnings tonight related to that wind. Chelsea asking about severe storms. Again, what time will they come through? Really from about now till 3 a.m. is our window. Again, those storms will start to enter our western counties here in about the next 30 minutes to an hour. Those will then push through central portions of the region as we head between about 10:30 to midnight, and then east of Columbus, midnight to 3 a.m. is our time frame with these particular storms for tonight. Let's see here. Got a report here from Terry, actually a question here, asking, she's got a flight at 12:25 tomorrow, and she wants to know if the wind will still be in the area. And the wind, yes, will still be in the area tomorrow at 12:25. I would expect wind gusts again 40 to 50 miles per hour if you're flying out of Columbus. I don't think that's strong enough to close the airport, but there could be some delays and it could be a little bumpy there at takeoff. So be ready for that if you're flying out of there tomorrow. Konda asking about when it will hit Chillicothe. Really between about 10 o'clock and midnight looks to be most likely time frame for you guys down in Chillicothe for that storm coming through. Robert saying thanks for the update. Thanks for watching here, Robert. David asking about temperatures. Temperatures will be taking a pretty big hit. Again, we are looking at a 40-degree drop in just about 12 hours here across central Ohio. I'll put back up the hour-by-hour forecast for you. We're going to go from the mid-60s right now all the way down into the 20s by the midday tomorrow. So this is going to be quite a drop in temperature. And beyond that, our temperature is not expected to recover in the next couple of days. Let me pull up the high temperatures here for you as well. This will be high temperatures through the next 5 days. Tomorrow's 30-degree high. That happens about 7 a.m. After that, down in the 20s Tuesday. 20s warm to the mid-30s for New Year's Eve. And then we're staying cold as we head through the end of the first week here of 2026. Moose asking how much snow tomorrow night. We could in some isolated spots maybe get around an inch if you get everything going in your favor. And that would have to be really everything playing out exactly 2 high amounts of snow. Because what we're looking at mostly is just scattered light snowfall. This is not expected to be a heavy snowmaker across the region. We'll fast forward again to tomorrow night. You can see that little band of snow. If that comes together, there may be some lake enhancement out there from spot to spot. Let me see just how much snow that model is going to add in with it, because overall we're not super concerned about snow. Probably ice would be bigger concern because the roads will be wet tonight, and we will see temperatures drop rapidly as we head toward tomorrow. Again, this is the forecast through Tuesday. You can see here in central Ohio, it does highlight a few areas around an inch in that blue. But again, this would have to be everything coming together in a very coordinated way to get to these totals. So I'm not particularly concerned about it. And this is going to come over a long period of time with plenty of wind. So I would say this is going to be pretty manageable. It's really just the wind that comes with this line of storms tonight that is our biggest concern, and why we have that impact day in place as we head towards tomorrow. Let's see here. Ty asking about snowfall New Year's Eve, New Year's Day. We could get some more snow New Year's Day. That may accumulate a little bit across the region, but again, a little bit further down the road than what we're looking at for this update. We'll have more on that as we head into this week. I got another question from Tameen about snow squalls. I would not expect to see much in the way of snow squall activity tomorrow. This is going to be really just scattered light snow, maybe some lake enhancement in a band tomorrow evening, tomorrow night. I wouldn't expect snow squall activity tomorrow. Randy saying 10 inches of snow. I do not think so with this. David, temperatures, again, we're dropping 40 degrees between now and tomorrow. 20 is what you can expect through the day tomorrow. Sean asking, will the tornado threat diminish before Franklin County? It should be lower by the time it gets here. I don't think it's going to be zero, but it's not the big concern with the system. We are more concerned about the wind than we are about potential tornadoes tonight. Stephen asking about hail. We really haven't seen any hail reports outside of central Illinois, so I would not expect hail to be a huge concern. That particular warning on the storm system that is working its way toward the western counties right now. Say we got 2 warnings out there with this particular system now. We could see about ½ inch, maybe 3/4 inch hail. You can see there the hail size on that northern warning that's now issued for Dark, Miami, Shelby County, still 10 o'clock, under 0.75. So not expected to be a major hail producer as we head through tonight. We got some questions coming into our text line here as well. David from Greenfield asking if they're going to get hit with rain and storms tonight. Pretty much everyone in Ohio is going to see this round of rain and some thunderstorms come through. It's not really going to miss anywhere. It's just going to be whether or not you get the gusty winds with it. I think everyone will see some form of wind gust tonight. The severe gusts are probably going to be a little bit more scattered. So I would expect 30 to 40 mile per hour winds with most of this line of storms as it comes through tonight. I would expect some areas like we're seeing right now with those warned storms in western Ohio to get gusts as high as 60 miles per hour. Question here, should I wait to go to bed until the severe part of the storms is past your area? That's never bad advice to wait to go to bed until the storms pass, but I'm not super concerned for tornadic weather tonight. Have a way to get weather alerts though. Have a weather radio, have an app that can wake you up because if there are any kind of warnings, you do want to be able to go to your place of shelter from that. The biggest concern tonight will be wind though as that comes into your area. Again, a question here about timing and strength of the storms tonight. Storms are going to be in our western counties by pretty much now through about 10 o'clock, 10:30 tonight. Central portions of the 10 TV viewing area between about 10 and midnight in our eastern counties by the time we head into about midnight to 3 a.m. We'll show you the hour-by-hour forecast here again real quick. That storm system again pushing through those western counties. This is 10:30, heads toward Columbus as we head through the 11 o'clock hour, then pushes off to the east. After that storm pushes through, I would expect rainfall and gusty winds no matter when this system runs through your area, but the possibility for the strong winds is still in there. It's just going to be more sporadic than it was earlier tonight. Is there a possibility for a tornado? This is from Jennifer in the text line. There is a small chance for a tornado in the storms tonight, but I'm going to emphasize again that it is small. We haven't seen tornado warnings in Indiana for a couple hours. Most of this is wind threat tonight, so wind is the biggest concern tonight. Comment coming in from over in Newark saying that they've got some dry creeks over there. They could use some rainfall. I think we'll get that rainfall here tonight. Got a text from Nashport, Ohio, but no question there. So if you got a question, send that back our way. Question here, it's a good question. It says they use medical equipment. Is there a risk for power outages? And what time will Marion County be affected? Marion County, your storms are going to be there mostly between about 10 o'clock and midnight tonight. Power outage risk is a possibility because we've got strong gusty winds and those winds continue through the day tomorrow. So do be wary that we could see some scattered power outages across Ohio. I don't think we're getting like a derecho. We're not getting kind of a big major severe wind that would cause widespread power outages, but we could see some. So that is a concern for tomorrow and tonight. So just be ready that that may happen. I don't think they'll be widespread, but scattered power outages are a possibility. And this will be the final question here because we've only got about a minute left in our stream. Will Delaware County be impacted? Yes, storms will be heading your way. Again, mostly between about 10 o'clock and midnight tonight. 4 storms heading your way. So I'm going to go back to the very beginning of our graphics here. This is where the storms are right now. We have a couple of warnings over in western portions of Ohio. They're really knocking on our door here tonight. 2 severe thunderstorm warnings. They go till about 10 o'clock here tonight as that storm starts to race its way toward I-75. We'll be back here to update you on 10 TV Plus if we do see any more of those warnings issued tonight. And if we do get any warnings, we'll also cut into our friends on linear television 10 TV. Until then, you can keep it here on 10 TV Plus. You can always watch the latest radar. That's available as a stream 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. Stay safe out there, stay weather aware, and we'll update you tonight again, if nothing else, at 11 o'clock. Thanks for watching us here on 10 TV. I'm meteorologist Michael Behrens. We're keeping an eye on strong to severe thunderstorms working its way into central Ohio, including a severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued for our western counties. This is Champaign, Logan, and Union counties. Severe thunderstorm warning in place for about the next 18 minutes until 10:30 tonight for a 60+ mile per hour wind associated with this particular thunderstorm. We're also watching the possibility for some embedded rotation in these thunderstorms tonight, though so far we have not seen anything tornadic develop out of these storms, which is the good news here. This particular thunderstorm is working its way off to the northeast at about 60 miles per hour. So we'll show you the latest storm track here on this storm before we return you to our normal broadcast here on TV tonight. Again, that storm moving off to the northeast at about 60 miles per hour. That's going to take it pretty quickly on up into portions like West Mansfield by 10:15, into Richwood 10:30, Leesburg 10:34, Marion at 10:40 tonight, over to Radnor 10:43, Mount Gilead at 10:59, and Galleon here at 11:02. We're going to continue to monitor these storms here tonight. We'll have extended coverage on 10 TV Plus, so you can always watch the latest radar image there as well. For now, though, we'll get you right back to your programming. All right, thanks for joining us here on 10 TV Plus. I'm meteorologist Michael Behrens. We are keeping a close eye on these severe thunderstorms as they continue to work their way through central Ohio tonight. Severe thunderstorm first warning out there has been issued as these storms have pushed into our region here. We have a 10 TV weather impact alert day for tomorrow for the wind that comes behind us, but we've been keeping a close eye on the thunderstorm activity out there tonight as well. Right now, 2 warnings in place associated with this system. One of those up there for Champaign County over into Union County, Logan County as well. Again, we're keeping a close eye on those storms as they continue to push in. The other warning down towards Cincinnati, that one likely to eventually work its way close to Pike and Ross counties as we continue to track these storms heading through tonight. We'll reset our radar picture here and get you over to that storm that we're watching right now in our western counties. That particular severe thunderstorm warning covering up toward Bell Fountain, just to the northwest of Marysville and north of Urbana. You can see them just scaled it back here a little bit as well. The concern with this particular area twofold, what we're watching out there tonight. The first one being the wind gusts as high as 60 miles per hour, and the second one being the potential for some embedded rotation in here, as that is still a factor that we've seen here tonight. The good news is this is relatively weaker looking in organization, so we're not seeing a ton of organized structure in this particular portion of the storm. We'll take a look inside the storm at the winds to see if we do see any potential for that rotating thunderstorm out there. Right now, I'm seeing a lot of the same color in this particular thunderstorm, which is good news because that means wind is the bigger concern, not rotating winds. So when this is all one color, the brighter the color, the stronger the winds. We're seeing a lot of bright pinks out here. That is indicative of those stronger winds, but we're not seeing a lot of green mixed in with that, or at least not very tightly mixed in with that, which means that potential for rotation in that thunderstorm not especially high, at least from what I'm seeing right now. Good news is that threat was low. That's what we expected. The threat for wind, though, remains a little bit on the higher side, which is what we're concerned about with most of these storms as we head through tonight. Let's go back to the standard radar view here. That'll show you that warning as well. Again, not the traditional kind of thunderstorms that we might be used to for severe weather here in central Ohio. This is kind of a cold weather, elevated convection type of thing, with wind being the biggest threat with this particular area of storms as it continues to push its way again into the 10 TV viewing area here tonight. Let's take a bigger picture here. We'll zoom out on this area and we'll track that particular portion of the storm over about the next hour or so as it continues to move off to the northeast. We've got a little bit too far out there. We'll put the storm track on this line of storms here. We'll try to capture the area where I think some of the strongest winds might be right now. This storm moving pretty fast off to the northeast at around 60 miles per hour. So this is going to be kind of booking it into the 10 TV viewing area here tonight. This is going to be into West Mansfield by about 10:24, into New Bloomington at 10:38, Richwood at 10:41, Marion just before the 11 o'clock hour there at 10:51, into Waldo at 10:55, Bucyrus at 11:02, and Galleon at 11:13 with this particular storm. Again, not seeing some of those traditional radar images that you again would be used to for severe weather here in central Ohio. This isn't your typical summer or springtime line of thunderstorms, but what it is a pretty strong wind producer out there, and that's the main reason we had that warning issued. It does look like they might have just canceled that warning as things have developed here over the last couple of minutes. Let me step off camera real quick, see if I can confirm that with the National Weather Service here. Let's see. These warnings coming from the Weather Service office out of Wilmington. Yes, they have canceled that severe thunderstorm warning that was in place there for, again, portions of Champaign, Logan, and Union counties. So warning gone for now, but this storm system that produced it continues to push its way into central Ohio tonight. While that northern edge is kind of fluctuating and weakening to some degree, as it does that, it still does pack pretty strong winds. We'll take that view inside the storm system again, and really all of that area you can see there on your screen up in, oh, that's just kind of an arrow. Let me see if I can draw a better line for you and highlight what we're looking at here with this. Let's see here. We will need a slightly different tool to put that on screen for you. So we'll draw kind of the area that we're looking at of concern for those storms here tonight. Really right in here is the area of strongest winds right now. And even though we are seeing, again, weakening in the system, this is still producing quite strong wind here tonight, and that's all going to be moving into the rest of the 10 TV viewing area as we head through the next couple of hours. So I would expect to see the threat for strong wind continue into our region tonight. Will it necessarily prompt any more severe thunderstorm warnings? Can't say for sure, but it is definitely a possibility as these storms continue to make their way into the 10 TV viewing area. Of course, on radar, the stronger portion of the storms in terms of rain intensity is what we see down toward the south. This is out towards Springfield, working its way through Wilmington right now, or toward Wilmington right now, and it's going to be heading just to the east of Dayton here at the moment too. This is also going to be working its way into the 10 TV viewing area in the next couple of hours. I wouldn't be surprised if this could spawn another warning or two as well. Of course, we'll continue to monitor all of these storms as they develop here tonight and update you both on 10 TV Plus as needed and on our 10 TV over-the-air channel too, if we do have any more alerts come out tonight. For now, though, I'll toss you back to our weather graphics stream. You can also see our live radar 24/7 here on 10 TV Plus. Ohio, I'm 10 Weather Impact meteorologist Michael Behrens. We continue to track this line of thunderstorms pushing into the region tonight, including a new severe thunderstorm warning that includes us here in Franklin County. So here's what you need to know. Severe thunderstorm warning from now till 11 o'clock tonight. That includes Clark, Franklin, and Madison counties. Wind speeds with this storm remain the biggest concern. Winds as high as 60 miles per hour, but there could be some embedded rotation in this particular thunderstorm, and that's part of the reason it's getting that severe thunderstorm warning here this evening. This particular severe thunderstorm moving to the east at around 60 miles per hour. So we'll put a storm track on here and show you where the storm's going to make its way to over the next hour. The strongest part of that storm down just now entering portions of Madison County is going to be tracking again toward the east for the most part into Franklin County over the next hour. This storm in London by 10:37, West Jefferson at 10:46, Hilliard at 10:54 to Dublin at 10:58, and into Columbus here around 11:02. So we're going to continue to watch this portion of the storm very carefully as it makes its way closer to us here over the next hour or so. We also want to keep a close eye inside that thunderstorm for that potential of rotation. We'll switch to the other view here for a moment just so you can see what we're looking at. Inside that thunderstorm right now, at least some weak rotation signs inside this area right here to the west of London. Again, that is moving off to the east, slightly northeast. This is going to be working its way through London in the next little bit and eventually over toward West Jefferson and then into us here in Franklin County. Right now, not a tornado warning, but there is a severe thunderstorm warning with that potential for rotation that's heading toward Franklin County. Again, severe thunderstorm warning in place for Franklin, Clark, and Madison counties. That'll go till 11 o'clock tonight. 60 mile per hour winds and at least some risk for some embedded rotation. We'll send you back to your regularly scheduled programming here on 10 TV. We'll continue our coverage on 10 TV Plus, and we'll be back with the latest news and weather headlines in about 27 minutes at 11 o'clock. All right, and thanks for joining us here on 10 TV Plus. I'm meteorologist Michael Behrens. We continue to watch this line of thunderstorms coming towards central Ohio tonight. As we told you during our last update, wouldn't be surprised if that southern portion, the area that is still stronger, were to receive some form of warning here tonight. And we've seen the latest one issued until 11 o'clock tonight. This particular area, a lot more organized than the first one we were watching to the north that had a warning about 20 minutes ago. This severe thunderstorm warning in place again for Madison County, Clark County, Franklin County till 11 o'clock tonight. And it's that area right now between South Vienna and London that has the biggest concern associated with it as that storm continues to push closer and closer to us here in Columbus. One of the factors that we're watching out for in this storm is rotation, and we've seen at least potential for it here tonight. What you're seeing right here toward London right now, just to the south and east of South Vienna. That would be the area of concern for rotation, where you've got that little bit of a notch feature, kind of a bulge feature there in the wind field. Of course, we'll be monitoring that very closely here over the next 25 minutes as we get closer and closer to our 11 o'clock broadcast tonight with that potential rotation in this storm, in addition to the potential for some strong winds in that storm too. We'll track the area of rotation, the area of highest concern off to the east here. Again, that's moving close to 60 miles per hour. So this is moving quite fast here across the region. Into West Jefferson by about 10:51, Alton by 10:58. This is going to be in Hilliard around 11 o'clock, shortly after toward Dublin and Columbus by about 11:10 tonight. Bexley at 11:14, Westerville 11:18. So this is going to be heading toward Franklin County as we work our way through the next hour or so. You can see the latest scan coming in here with that rotation area down in portions of Madison County. This is moving just south of I-70, north of London right here. If we were to see any kind of rotation in the storm, this is the area it would be in. Again, south of I-70, south of US 40, really there right to the north of 142 is where this particular dangerous part of the storm is. As far as the bigger picture of the storm, producing winds likely of 60 miles per hour in an area more broad than this, but inside here, again, the area, if we do see rotation, where we would be most concerned for it. Let's take a look inside the wind field here. I doubt this would show anything at the moment. I don't think we're dealing with that strong of a storm. But if we were particularly picking up anything in the air that wasn't rain, we would see it in here, and it would show up kind of like a big dot. And we're seeing some little specks of stuff, but none of that is particularly concerning. For the most part, we'll have to watch this area here. If that were to grow or become more of a signature, then that potentially could be something. But for now, nothing that screams tornado with us. And again, we don't have a tornado warning in place, at least for the moment, but we are watching the concern with rotation in that part of the thunderstorm there, as you can kind of see that little bit of a wraparound feature here work its way through Madison County, north of London at this hour. We're going to continue to monitor this pretty carefully as it continues to push off toward the east and develop here as this line of storms pushes its way into central Ohio. Right now, that's the only severe thunderstorm warning we have impacting the 10 TV viewing area. We had one that included portions of Union and Logan County, Champaign County, about 20 minutes ago from now. That particular severe thunderstorm quickly dissipated, and you can really see most of the northern part of this line no longer looking like severe weather, though I would expect to see some strong wind gusts really from Marion down to Marysville, Urbana, heading into Delaware County over the next hour or so. That could still be wind gusts as high as 40, 50 miles per hour at times, but I don't think we're going to see much potential for severe up here, though it wouldn't rule it out. Most of the stronger part of this line right now goes from northern portions of Madison County back down toward Fayette County, just to the west there, heading close to Wilmington here in about the next hour. And I would expect the areas along and south of I-70 to have the highest risk factor tonight for some additional severe thunderstorm activity if we do see these storms continue to develop in the way that they have for the past couple of hours. Let's take a look at the winds associated with this particular line of thunderstorms. We'll put wind gusts on the map here for you. You can see how strong the wind gusts are getting as this line pushes into central Ohio. And these are just the wind gusts in general, not anything kind of more localized with some of these severe thunderstorms. Right now, we're seeing wind gusting to 31 here in Columbus, 31 Washington Courthouse, up to 37 in Springfield, 31 Bellefontaine, 35 now in Marion as well. Sustained winds, also pretty breezy out there at this hour. We'll put those on for you. Sustained at 17 in Columbus, 21 Washington Courthouse, 20 up in Marion. So these winds are going to be a factor pretty much all night long with these storms as we continue to see development and continue to see these storms push into central Ohio. We'll go back to the radar image here. We'll put the severe weather radar on for you. And again, that one severe thunderstorm warning right now that is pushing its way through Madison County. It looks like they probably have already gotten rid of part of that warning that stretched back out into Clark County. I'm not seeing that with the storm anymore. So 2 counties remain under a severe thunderstorm warning. This goes for about the next 20 minutes. That'll take us into our 11 o'clock broadcast tonight. That covers portions of Madison County and Franklin County, though all of the strong portion of the storm right now is in Madison County, though the winds already picking up here in Columbus, again gusting up into those 30 mile per hour zones right now. And I would expect to see wind gusts continue out there as we have additional severe thunderstorm warnings coming down right now. This new warning is going to be down in portions of Fayette County. You can hear it coming off the printer right now. We'll get the latest information here so we can get that to you guys watching on our stream at home. A severe thunderstorm warning for Claremont County, Brown County, Warren County, and Fayette County. This is going to go until 11:30 tonight. So that will take us into the start, really duration of our 11 o'clock news broadcast here on 10 TV. Winds associated with this gusting up to 60 miles per hour, much like the other thunderstorms tonight. That risk for rotation embedded in that thunderstorm is not zero. We haven't seen a tornado warning here in central Ohio, really all day. Haven't seen one in Indiana for most of the afternoon and evening, but it is a possibility and something that we will continue to keep an eye on here tonight as well. So here's the latest severe thunderstorm warning. This one for the storm that is heading toward Wilmington right now. Severe thunderstorm warning again in place till 11:30 tonight, associated with the southern end of this line of storms that's going to be pushing its way into the rest of the 10 TV viewing area here over the next hour. This part of the storm moving to the east at around 50 miles per hour as that pushes into central Ohio. We'll get a storm track on it here for you in just a second. I'm just taking a quick peek at what the National Weather Service is saying to make sure that I'm not missing anything associated with these particular thunderstorms. Yes, they're saying winds certainly a factor with these storms. Most of the wind field, even inside these thunderstorms, is not severe, but it's the fact that we do get those little enhancements here along the line where winds can kick up very strong in short order, and that is part of the concern that we're dealing with these thunderstorms here tonight, and part of the reason that we're watching that so closely here tonight as well. Looks like my weather computer is having just a little hiccup. Let me see if I can go ahead and get this back on track, and then we'll get that storm track fed in there for you guys as well. Give me one moment here. We'll put this back together. For this broadcast, unless something exceptional comes down with regard to the alerts that we have in place, I think we're going to wrap this up here at, I want to say 10:50. That way we got a little bit of time here to reset for our 11 o'clock tonight, get our ducks in the row for that broadcast, and then keep you updated. Of course, if something happens in that 10 minutes where we need to cut back in, we'll be able to do that. But that'll give us just a little bit of a window here to get things put back together and get ready for that newscast. All right, looks like we've got our radar back alive here. So let's go ahead and zoom in. We'll show that southern thunderstorm there, that storm that's going to be heading again toward Fayette County here over the next hour or so. Severe thunderstorm warning in place till 11:30 tonight. That storm moving to the east at 50 miles per hour. Are you able to see Weather 1 back there? Has that come back for you, Kyle? All right, we'll be getting back to that. There we go. So it is back, and we can put that storm track on for you. We'll track the strongest edge of that thunderstorm, the area most likely to see winds, and the area most likely to see any rotation. That's what we have on screen for you right now, tracking it off to the east at 50 miles per hour. This is going to be in Wilmington at 10:49, into Dodson at 10:50, Sabina at 11 o'clock tonight, Hillsboro at 11:05, into Greenfield at 11:18, Frankfort 11:31, Chillicothe by 11:42 here tonight. Again, the warnings issued for both the northern portion of this line and the southern portion of the line, very similar reasoning. It's for those 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and for that potential of some rotation embedded in the line. So we will have to watch that carefully here tonight. Let's take a look inside these thunderstorms and see what we're seeing in terms of rotation potential. It would really be along that wind field that you see here where we would see it. We'll zoom down here just to the south of Wilmington. For the most part, this is looking fairly uniform, which is good news, which means this would be having a lower risk of rotation right now, but it is having that wind that's quite strong. Those bright colors in here indicative of how strong some of those winds are. We've already seen wind reports 30, 40 plus mile per hour. This particular thunderstorm producing 60 mile per hour winds as it passed over the Cincinnati airport earlier this evening. We'll zoom off to the north here a little bit. Again, you can see that very well-defined line of wind coming through central Ohio tonight. This is pretty straight. Pretty straight all in all. Not seeing a lot of little kinks or little bulge features inside that, which is good news for this portion of the storms, as we're not seeing much rotation potential there. We'll zoom back up closer to us here in Franklin County. We still have that little sort of weird notchy feature there, what's coming out of Madison County heading into Franklin County. If we do see any kind of rotation with this storm, that right now looks like the best area we would see it in. There hasn't been enough on radar to put any kind of tornadic alert out, but we still have that severe thunderstorm alert in place with this portion of the storm as well. Let's take that view inside the wind field here once again that we were telling you about earlier to see if this has changed any in the last few scans, and you just kind of saw it there. What you're likely seeing with these sort of weak dots on here, if we were seeing anything tornadic, there'd be one kind of concentrated large dot of brighter color inside this image. What we're seeing here is various little scattered areas of lighter returns inside that image, and what's that's kind of indicative of is that strong wind field coming out of the thunderstorms. That's blowing leaves, it's blowing dust, it's blowing dirt up into the air, and we're kind of seeing that along that leading edge of the winds there, but we're not seeing anything tighter than that, which is good news. And again, part of the reason why we haven't seen any kind of tornado warning issued with this tonight. But we are still seeing that little feature there. Let me step off camera here real quick, and we'll pull up, we'll kind of take this back in time over about the last hour or so, and you can kind of see what we are looking at here on screen. We'll circle that so you get a better view of it. This guy right in here, what we're looking at, it's likely going to follow roughly this line back toward Clark County from a little bit ago. So let's get rid of this. We'll pull this back in time. And again, you can kind of see that area develop here south of South Vienna a little while ago, right inside there. And then it moves up between London and I-70 and then continues to work its way closer to I-70, now just entering western portions of Franklin County. So it's not particularly, like I said, something that screams tornadic potential, but it is a possibility that we could see something spin up out of the storm quickly, and that's what part of the reason why it has a severe thunderstorm warning on it here tonight, with that rotation potential being flagged as something of concern. Let me try to pull out just one more of our radar products here. This would be able to show us a little bit more of the wind shear potential here, and this is going to take a moment to load in. Usually takes a couple seconds, and we'll see some blues flash across the screen as soon as that comes together. So there's the blues right now. If we were seeing any kind of stronger rotation potential, you can see that blue sort of loading in back toward London. This is part of what could highlight that and help us identify that for you guys at home. I would say nothing is particularly screaming tornado, which is good. So we're watching that tonight. Right now, I would say that looks okay in terms of tornadic potential. So wind is our biggest concern with this thunderstorm warning. That is pushing into western Franklin County right now. The rotation is still a factor that could come out of these storms, and we will watch it carefully to see if it does so over the next hour. This severe thunderstorm warning that includes portions of Hilliard, Lincoln Village, just to the west of downtown Columbus, continues for about 10 minutes until 11 o'clock tonight. And we have the other severe thunderstorm warning down to the south. Right now only covers Fayette County in the 10 TV viewing area, but I wouldn't be surprised if this holds together. We could get it extended into, say, Fairfield County, down into Pike, Ross counties as well. That would probably be sometime between 11 o'clock and midnight tonight. If that were to be extended, that covers Fayette County till 11:30. We're going to take a quick break here on 10 TV Plus. We will be back on air and on 10 TV Plus in just under 10 minutes for 11 o'clock broadcast. Of course, if something develops between now and then that requires an alert, we'll be right back here on 10 TV Plus.